Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, October the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Excellent. Okay, that's what is happening today. Okay, APTX. Let's take a look at a couple of these cheaper ones. APTX is gapped up. It's kind of holding. Yeah, though it got up to 8, it's down to 6 right now. Low flow situation, lots and lots of volume. 13 million already. This will easily trade the flow today. Something to do with positive phase 2. I guess they got a PTSD drug of some sort. So anyway, APTX. But it is starting to pull back. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. ACI, Albertsons. It's an earnings play. Very sketchy looking IPO they did back here. When I say sketchy, really nothing happened. I mean, Albertsons, of course, big grocery food chain in the United States, but really nothing's happened. Anyway, they released earnings such as it is, but it is up this morning. Decent volume. To see what happens once the market opens. AMC, after the little excitement for AMC yesterday, but opening theaters. Today they've announced a financing. 14 million shares, up to 14 million shares. There's no price, but that's put a knock into the stock. You know, I almost shorted this one. So close. RWLK. I've seen this sort of news before, I think, with this company. What did they say? They said that they Medicare provider certification. So I almost shorted this, but I didn't quite pull the trigger. Unfortunately, RWLK got up to 236, down to 164 right now. There's a big name earnings play, Logitech, LOGI. Big gap up on earnings. Look at this, up almost 16%. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Actually, you know, I don't believe that. Because I think they released this morning. We've got post market, but they must have released this morning. Otherwise, that would have been the reaction. So they must have released this morning. ATIF, another small one, another one that's really pulled back from 2 down to 140. Something to do with air purification, letter of intent. I think they're trying to buy a company, an air purification company. Now it had popped through the 200-day moving average, but now is now below it. Here's an interesting one, maybe Corsair. So they did an IPO back here. This is back in September. Not bad. But now Wedbush has put a $25 price target on them. So that's helped pop this stock this morning. CBLI. Is it still up? Yeah, okay, it's holding its own. CBLI is still up. Nice gap up. 88%. Super low float. I don't see any now I do. Cytocom and Cleveland Biolabs announced a definitive merger agreement. I don't know if those other ones are public. I don't think so. Yeah, so the Cytocom is not a public company, I don't believe. So they're merging. SGBX. Another one that is falling though to 355, back down to 280. I don't see SG Blocks projects expect to generate $1.7 million in revenue, so that was a little press release. So maybe it just wasn't in time for us to see it then. Okay, so 9 p.m. after the market close. So our data only goes to I think 7 p.m. Okay, so it looks like they probably did release. We just don't have that pop up. AIHS. When I first saw this was actually a gap down, but now look at this, is it actually gapped down, but all of a sudden, look at this, China stock. To see if the China stocks are going to be as active today. Some of the ones that were following yesterday are not following through, but this one, I know I talked about this one on a this 148 or 150 break. Look at it now. So looking left, next high looking left is 236, relatively low float. BXRX. They say that they're gapping down. They've been affected by the virus. I don't know what they do exactly. Home health care services. But whatever rollout they've got, what they're trying to roll out, they've been affected by the virus. At least that's what they say. So this is it's a lifetime low now. Looks like a lifetime low for BXRX. Just as I was opening the room, JAKK, this had gapped up, but pulled right back down. Another low float, 2.7 million in the float. Something to do with Halo and Minecraft. Extensions. So it's our games. That's out of my demographic. ACOR, ACOR. Nice gap up through the 200-day to receive a $15 million milestone payment from Biogen. Okay, so that is the news. That is the news for ACOR. That could be pretty interesting if it holds. It's not a super low float, 47 million in the float. Okay, guys, I have to put myself on hold for about 1 minute. I have to change sound, my headset. All right, that didn't take too long. All right, what else did I have here? Oh yeah, UBS. Now it's a huge float. Let's say released earnings. I think I read something like 99% above last quarter or last year, something to that effect. So this is UBS, big float, 3.6 billion in the float. Big gap up for it though. Typically I don't trade stocks like this, but hey, you never know. I mean, if it can get over 1260, you know, the next highs looking left on that weekly are up to 13. And also IBM also released earnings. There's the reaction. So IBM, I mean, look at this. I mean, it's taken all this out. It's right down there. Next low looking left is 118.80 or so. So it's about $2 below. Again, I don't trade that price range of stocks, but I know some of you do. So you might want to keep an eye on IBM. Yeah, I didn't see an offering price, Casa. I thought they want to up to 14 million shares. But I didn't see an offering price. Here is another one that was soaring in the pre-market, giving it back. 179 down to 125. It's almost gone back to yesterday's close. RCON, another China stock. So we'll have to see if the bloom is off the China stocks today. I mean, they were just ripping yesterday. So many of them. Especially the financial ones. So the one everybody was watching yesterday was KXIN. It's down 20%, but it's trying to rally a bit here, KXIN. It's got up to 1340 yesterday. It's just an earnings play. ACI is just an earnings play. They released earnings pre-market. It's been a very blah IPO. Here's their IPO back here. I mean, it's really done nothing. All right, let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have for today. Yesterday we had a lot of, actually we had about an equal, but quite a few of each. Let's see if that's the trend today. Well, I don't have my upgrades and downgrades in yet from briefing.com. It's usually like clockwork at 10 after 9 in my email. I'll give it one more refresh and see if it pops in. No, they're not there for me. Oh well, that's okay. All right, so again, if you do want to follow my watch list up and down, right here, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout, so before you click on anything in the channel bar, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you click on something in the channel bar, your layout will disappear, which again is okay as long as you've saved it to the cloud. You'll start to see some alerts here right at 9:30. You'll see nothing in these two windows until at least 9:45. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'll try to let things settle down a little bit. Nope, nothing from briefing.com this morning for me. Interesting. I did. Oh well. So I guess all eyes again will be on the China stocks just to see, you know, if they're still going to have any sort of resumption from yesterday. All right, this one, yeah, I did see this one, THMO, when it was up there, up to $3. A little bit of a move for THMO. Receives a U.S. patent and trademark. U.S. patent for whatever they do. Yeah, DraftKings, DKNG. I see here a 1.7 million share block placed by Morgan Stanley at, I think it was 40, what was it? 42.15. Trying to prop this stock up a little bit. So maybe 42.15 can be a bit of a base. Yeah, the lockup's expiring, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, definitely keep an eye on Corsair. I mean, it's holding its own in the pre-market. This little upgrade from Wedbush. Put a price, $25 price target on it. Every time I see that, I think you're saying UGG, but I know you're talking upgrade. Lots and lots of volume in this Acor, guys. Look at this. I mean, 14 million shares. It wouldn't surprise me if this trades the float. There's a big float, 47 million in the float, but already 14 million in the pre-market through the 200-day moving average. And again, to receive a $15 million milestone payment from Biogen. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. There it is. Okay. A little bit late. What time is it right now? 9:22. Okay, so I can quickly get them in. Not many short, or not many on the downside. Let me just quickly get them in. The upgrades and the downgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Not very many. Yeah, not many at all. Only 4 downgrades this morning from briefing.com. All right, anything else sneaking in? Nothing happens until the market opens, Wasim, okay? Because they're all designed to start getting alerts once the market opens. You'll start getting alerts here. In the repeating, you will not get any alerts in this one until at least 9:45, these two, okay? That's just the way it's designed. One of the reasons is that I have and this is something that's common occurrence, people wondering why they don't get information in the pre-market of either an alert window or a top list window that they've got, not understanding. If you have the relative volume filter active, you will not get anything in the pre-market, okay? Because it's looking, this relative volume filter starts looking at volumes once the market opens, so it'll, without getting into any more of an explanation, if you use the relative volume filter in the pre-market, you will get no alerts at all, either from a top list or from an alert window. So as an example, my gap ups, obviously I do not have the relative volume filter active. And everything you just saw there, my gap ups, everything is available from either the scans tab. You can click on the scans tab, here are all the scans that I'm sharing, or you can click on the room drive icon, scans that I share, download. So for instance, my pre-market actives. It's amazing, I've used these two windows. I've made some very, very minor changes, but it's probably the same two windows that I've been using for pre-market work 5 or 6 years, 7 years, I don't know. We got a happy customer. If you see a buy or a sell, those are just previous AI alerts, Wasim, okay? That's how it works as such. They were just previous AI alerts, Holly alerts. Previous days. So for instance, let's see if I can find one. Yeah, so for instance here, there was a buy alert, on the entry was 643 for SPI. That was on October the 5th. So that's what that means. So if you see a buy or sell, that's what it means. Okay, guys, UXIN is so this one is still alive, as opposed to the KXIN. So the UXIN had a huge day yesterday. Well, those were previous, Wasim. When you say not real time, those were previous. It could have been weeks ago. So it's it's just telling you that there was an alert from the AI on that day. So I don't understand when you say not real time. It was previous. It's not today. The AI alerts today are real time. All right, guys, the market is going to open in less than 30 seconds, so I'm going to get rid of these two. Yeah, well, the AI, nothing happens until the market opens as far as the AI is concerned. I'll just quickly, if you want to follow, if you have our premium service, my recommendation is click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? And then you'll see them. Well, you have to have our premium service, Wasim. There's Corsair. Okay, well, just click on from new, from the toolbar, click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And this will be your window. Nothing's in it yet. And just wait for the alerts to happen. And we are now open. Not yet, Esther. I mean, we have a. You notice here I've got a calendar tab. Eventually, hopefully in a build soon to be coming, you'll have a calendar tab like I do, and you'll be able to see previous days. All right, we are now open. And let's take a look at some earnings plays that are starting to come in now. Yes, SYF. SYF is a bit of a gap down. It is an earnings play. Interesting, not incredibly active yet. Normally I have sound alerts and they're usually just going crazy in the first 5 minutes. Not crazy. JKS? I don't have to, yeah, there you go. JKS. That was a simple answer for me. I see KXIN. Okay, guys, so this is not over. KXIN just got halted, and it's still down 15%, but you never know. Yeah, there's JMIA. Now I'm not, I had this as a swing, but I'm not in it anymore in the simulator. Yeah, look at this, just keeps chugging higher. So last week's high was 1588, and it's almost there. Okay, a little fun. Is this yeah, this is actually an earnings play. RF is an earnings play. It has some room. What's the float? Big float, almost $1 billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it, but it is an earnings play. Over 13. 2 weeks ago, the high was 13.13, so it's almost right there. Looking left. So, I mean, if it can take out 13.13 and you look left, the next highs are around that 14 mark. So it does have some room. Okay, now this one, LQDA, this is on my watch list. And again, it's trying to come back after getting hammered for a few days. So it's almost at yesterday's high, LQDA. I think this is a patent fight of some sort. All right, so Corsair starting to give it up a little bit here. CRSR. Acor all on the move here, guys, and this is not a low float. 47 million in the float, so this is having a great move through the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look. Look left, and the next high is 137, so it's past that. In fact, Acor just got halted. Acor just got halted. It's really moving, you know, for a 47 million in the float. This is really moving. $15 million milestone payment from Biogen. Meanwhile, JMIA still on its mission to keep filling in this void up to $20. We kept talking about this one as a potential swing trade right around here. Yeah, it's a good float too. 23 million in the float. So what was the news on them again? I guess they've got a PTSD drug, phase 2. Looks like positive results from a phase 2 trial for APTX. Did get up to almost $8 in the pre-market. There were no AI alerts yet. All right, KXIN. Well, resume. So this is all over the place right now. So this is not looking like yesterday at all. So you got halted on the way up and then just got halted on the way down. Actually, I have ITRM. I saw that. Or was that yesterday? No, that's right. I did see this in the pre-market, but you know, the minute this starts happening, you know, I just don't believe it. 13 million in the float. That's right. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, JMIA through the whole number now. Through that whole number, 16. Yeah, I have this aversion for Mara and Riot. I mean, listen, I know they're moving, and it's something to do with Bitcoin, of course. I guess Bitcoin, let's see, take a look at what it's doing today. Yeah, I mean, it's having a heck of a day. GPTC, I mean, from 10 to 13 in a couple of weeks. This is, you know, this is I call this the Bitcoin ETF. JMIA just ripping here. Citron come out yesterday and prop them up again. Can't remember. I thought I saw some news on that. Whoa, look at Spartan, SPAQ. Boy, this is really taking a header here. Well, the APTX is, yeah, it's not quite. There's the pre-market highs way up here, $8. And Acor just resumed. Wow, JMIA, what a monster move today again. Okay, so this is on my watch list. There's no volume yet, unfortunately. CNBM. I hope the volume picks up. There's just no volume. Well, a lot of people use the VWAP as a support or resistance area. So where you see that number, you watch a stock and it's falling towards it, that could support it. Or if it's moving up towards it, that could prove to be resistance. That is in theory how a lot of people use the VWAP. Not unlike the 200-day moving average, the same kind of idea. Guys, this is still a nice earnings play. This is still a nice earnings play. CIT had earnings on the 16th. It's a continuation. Let's see if it took out yesterday's high briefly. What's the market doing? So the market is up. See, now ACOR halted on the way down. A lot of volume coming into NIO. A lot of volume coming in. It's a big float, 1.1 billion in the float. Of course, this was last week's tremendous trade of the week. PBI is, I may look at getting in it again. I traded out of this yesterday. I may look at getting in again. The only problem I got with it is that I don't know how much more room it's going to have. I mean, it could get up to 7, yes. Look at JMIA, what a move. Oh my goodness, I didn't see that MISO actually had gone down here. So now it's trying to come back a little bit. MESO got hammered a couple of weeks ago, maybe 2.5 weeks ago. 18 down to 12. I kept waiting on this one maybe to break out of 12 on the upside, but it broke down. Would have been a nice short finally on that break. No, well, CIT now above yesterday's high. Next high looking left is, what is it? Looks like they're around 29.73. So this still has a couple of dollars to get the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Yeah, really, really good earnings play. And an alert from the AI on the 16th, on the day it had earnings. All right, so it's now 9:45. Let's see if we start getting some alerts in my watch list up and down. Well, it might be, but I know I keep forgetting that it's a merger, but it's not reacting. It doesn't appear that there's a price. Otherwise, because it keeps moving higher. And let's see, MJ, what's the cannabis sector doing? Eric will have to answer that. I certainly don't know. Now, as I recall, TR, your name is Tech. Good morning. See if my memory is good. Yeah, listen, guys, could be a tough one. I mean, this got all the way up to 236 RWLK. They did have some news this morning. Rallies on receiving Medicare provider certification. So maybe it's put a bit of a bottom in here. It's a low float, 18 million in the float. And that was a big sell-off, though. I mean, something got up to 234, all the way down to 148. I mean, it's a big percentage sell-off. So I'd be a little, I'd be watching it, see if it can rally again. But so looking at some of these, this was a high flyer. So this has been all over the place, AIHS, all over the place. Actually, when I first saw it, it was down for the day. Then all of a sudden it spiked way up here, and now it's just giving it up. So, yeah, choppy action. My thoughts? I'd like to see it take out the whole number if I'm going to do anything. But up to you. Completely, up to you. Got as high as $5. So, I mean, it does have some room to run if it wants to. Yeah, it's still early. IPOC, that is the one that that's the one that I like in that I think, eventually it'll get going, but it's still early. No reason to get in. I don't think. No reason to get into it. I'm going to still put my alert over $11 for it. That's what I thought, Gus. I thought I saw some. I thought I saw this similar news about Rewalk. Now, I'll tell you what I'm starting to wait for from the AI are some earnings plays, especially from Holly Neo. That's where Holly Neo has kind of shone over the last couple of earnings seasons. And, you know, we're not quite into, next week we'll have a ton of earnings plays. All right, this is an earnings play, CALX, and it is starting to drop here, CALX. Not a ton of volume yet. So this TTCF is the old FMCI. So let's see if this one can. Okay, Pitney Bowes making a little move here, guys. Actually on a red bar ignored. Morning, Kaiser. Ooh, I missed it. I missed it. I missed the TTCF. I was looking to short this one just underneath 22. And I have, wow, what a drop. You know, there was the alert 22. I was just waiting for a little drop under 22 and it just exploded downwards. TTCF. So, I mean, this was the merger, Tattooed Chef. People waited forever for this. Well, not forever, but for a long time for this merger to be completed. And it came out and it's kind of blah. Just a moment, please. Yeah, FMCIS. All right, so this is a SPAC here, SBE, and this is a, yeah, that's pretty interesting. But look at this, I mean, 1761 pulls right back immediately. Well, the stop is the, what is it, the 20 SMA or the 10 SMA? The 20 SMA, right? So that's, you know, that's up to you. But that's where the suggested stop is, the rising, the 20 SMA on the daily chart. So you'd have to put the 20 SMA or have to know where that is. Have to add it to your daily chart if you don't have it. Haven't I missed something? Too cryptic for me, Kaiser. No, down goes this one. GRWG. Somebody was talking about this one earlier. Oh, well, no, this one. I wanted to short this one, TTCF. I missed my entry. All right, what is the market doing? So the market is kind of in a holding pattern right now. All the indices are up, SPY, Dow, and NAS. And see what happens from here. See if we can keep rallying a bit after yesterday's down day. Bose looking strong still. PBI, remember yesterday, it's the trade of the week. The trigger was 630. I did trade out of it yesterday, but I am back in it. And I have to see how well it can do near 7, if it can get close to 7. All right, JKS. Yeah, maybe the move. Yeah, well, usually it pulled back a little bit before 10 o'clock. All right, guys. Well, if you have the AI, one is starting to look pretty good. And again, if you're wondering why I'm being a little cryptic about that, I do not talk about the AI alerts until after the fact. You know, not fair for those of you who pay for the AI/Ollie. So, but you do know that I have actually both of them, even though the one is a little bit outside the $20 that I like, certainly is an interesting one. All right, guys, we've got a winner from the AI for sure now. I don't mind talking about it now. 376 on the alert, over $4, 7%, 8% now. You do what you want in terms of trading it, but that's a nice winner. Nice move on the market. What? Well, I have taken some out. I'm always worried about that whole number for PBI. I'm always worried about maybe like that is going to be I think really tough to get through that 715. You can see right there on the monthly chart and also over here that seems to be the level. Well, here it is, 10 o'clock, JKS. This is not quite the same pattern. So usually we had the pullback and then the pop. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this one. It's not a super low float. WEI, probably China. Yeah, another China stock. And see a lot of these finance stocks. WEI, it's been halted. And what sort of room does it have? Well, it's hard to know. I mean, if it can get through 140 or so, then it's a shot to the 2 level. It got up to 274 a few weeks ago. Well, a few weeks ago, a few months ago, back in June. Yes, CBLI is in the AI. If you don't see it, it's because you have to have, I know I have to keep saying it every day, but I realize there are new people. New toolbar, new AI/Holly strategy trades window. All right. If it doesn't say all, then right click, click on segments, check all. Then you have all of the alerts all day long. Oh, I see, okay. Well, for those of you who do have it, then all you have to do is take this window then and save it as part of your layout. So you don't have to do it every day. Big winner from the AI now. Look at that 15%. I wanted to wait for a 4 break, as I think I told Jimmy. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. 26% now from the 370. Look at this. Huge winner from the AI. I mean, this is now just, and what's the float? Yeah, low float. This might get halted, but I'm out some now. Might stall right at 5. No, maybe it won't. Wow. This is not shortable for me either. So at Interactive Brokers anyway, CB, not that I want to short it, but we talked about that yesterday. So there's not, and I'm not saying that others don't have shorts available, but at least from Interactive Brokers, not a lot of downward pressure by people shorting it. All right, I'm out more now, guys. This might really stall around 5. I don't have that much left. And that's a CBLI. Now, one of the vagaries, I two different strategies within Holy Grail. I can see one went long and one went short CBLI. I didn't even see that short. One of the, even if I had, it was not available at Interactive Brokers, but that happens every now and then. Haven't seen it for months. Well, you'll see the AI take a short and a long on the same stock at different times. So I can see what happened. I mean, the entry was 376 on the long, and then the AI started looking at that, thinking maybe this is really overextended, so short at 478. So I can see that. No, WEI is not in the AI, no. And it resumed, yes. Wow. And it's halted again. Well, it's not over. CBLI is not over. I still have a little bit left, not a lot, but I still have enough that, you know, let's take a look. Where can it go? The next high looking left on that weekly chart was $5, so it's above that. And I'm going to have to back this monthly chart out a little bit more to see. So back here, about 2.5 years ago, or the next high is looking left 2.5 years ago. Before then, I mean, you got to go back to 2015, 14. So there's really not that much resistance for CBLI, guys. So even from my watch list at 490, it looks like it wants to rip. What? I mean, the news, I don't know anything about this Cytocom, but I don't think it was a public company, but Cytocom and Cleveland Biolabs announced a definitive merger agreement. So that is the big news for CBLI. 42%, guys, 42% from the AI. So this got halted again. WEI got halted again on the way up. It's through the 200-day moving average at 150. So it is through the 200 days so far, WEI. Okay, well that's it for me and the CBLI. And you notice that the AI got out also on a profit save. All right, PBI back. I'm still a little bit leery of it taking, or wary, leery, whatever, of taking out that 7. Those are the trades of the week that I like. You can trade them every day, for me anyway. Don't commit necessarily to, you can trade in and out of position. Those are ones I like. Okay, guys, LQDA continues its march back here. So there is the next high looking left, 434. So how's my watch list doing now? So of course the CBLI was pretty late, but you could still have taken some at around that 490 mark. I got up to 546 before it is pulled back. The Corsair 2330, still hanging around that area. LQDA 393, got up to 419. Meanwhile, Way continues here. WEI. Well, the next stalling point could be, that high 437 or so for LQDA. Could be. Man, it's not even a really low flow. 33. I mean, it's not excessive, of course, but it looks like this is the one in favor today from the China financials, China Fins. All right, guys, I am just watching that other AI alert, the one that starts with the letter N. Well, there's two, the cheaper one. See if it takes back that whole number. Yes, Cyberk, yes, you can. You need a premium service, but yes, you can. You can automate buying and selling your own strategies, yes. I'm gonna, if you have our premium service, you also need an Interactive Brokers account. If you have both of those, I can give you a link to a video. It will show you exactly how to do it, all of that. So again, you need an Interactive Brokers account and our premium service to do that. Well, you can't be in the trade before the alert. How can that be? No, not to automate it. I mean, if you think about it, what you've asked, how could that possibly be? All right, guys, let's take a look at LQDA. All right, well, the longer this holds over 4, we make it another little pop here. So I'm going to stick an alert at 4:15. Well, Cyber, again, if you're trying to automate anything, you have to have, well, I mean, after a certain volume, I mean, that's just when you build your strategy, you can have a certain volume. But I mean, there's no way, I mean, obviously, I mean, imagine if I wanted to automate this. I mean, it has to appear. I can't know it's going to appear before it's going to appear. Maybe I'm not understanding you. Yep. It has ATR, yep. Right click, configure. Just a minute. Yeah, so change from the open percent of the average true range as an example, and then the ATR itself. Well, again, you can. Well, it's just a matter of setting up the filters, Cyber. Okay, I mean, you just have to set up your filters, and if your filters are met, you'll get an alert. We don't have a we don't have a relative volume surge though. Okay. No, we have, but you can do things like volume in 1 minute is 1,000% greater than the previous ones, things like that. It's just a matter of setting up the alert window. All right, so WEI just had a big pullback here. Will it hold? If it gets over 2, though it's been halted on the way down. Yeah, I mean, what you're seeing here, basic new highs and lows. I mean, why are these alerts? Well, I've got some filters in place, a price range, a certain minimum volume, certain things. So that's why I get an alert. What you're asking for is you can create the same kind of, your own scenario with a big 1 minute volume surge, a price range that you want, a minimum volume that you want, all sorts of things. Just create it. Yeah, you're looking at it the wrong way, though. I mean, the success rate of Holly, yes, I have no idea. I mean, the AI is a long-term thing, okay? I mean, if you're looking at 1 day, I don't even know what it was. I don't think it had a great day, to be honest. But let's say, um, yeah, there was, and the other thing is that people use the AI in very different ways. I never auto trade it. I use it as a watch list. I have the alert, and then I manage the exits. If I want to, I don't have to take the trade right at the time of the alert, like I didn't with the CBLI this morning, as an example. And then I manage the exits on my own. So people's success rate with the AI will vary depending on how they use it. Wow, look at JMIA right back up after that big pullback all the way down. Wow, I mean that's a dollar pullback, and now it's popped right back up. Okay, guys. So if you are in PBI, just obviously just be aware of this 7. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around here, just over 7, and look at that monthly right here. I mean, it's been a great percentage move from 630 to 687. Missed this one. 963. It was shortable too. 963. 937 now. I've been trying to do a short loop, but they just won't fill me. It was down over 10% yesterday, so the uptick rule is still in effect today, and I'm just not getting a fill. And the area, I think, yeah, I'm just too late. Same thing would have happened maybe, down way over 10% yesterday. Keep an eye on this WEI, guys. I mean, if it doesn't drop too much, if it starts to run again over 2, we could have another runner. I mean, it did get up to 235. Well, Flex on the move just took out yesterday's high. Good morning, Real. I see you were talking about IBM. Oh, ANCN, what a move! Didn't see this in the pre-market. Really didn't trade in the pre-market at all. No inkling this was going to happen. 7 million in the float. A million shares have traded already. ANCN. You look left. That's what that red line is. Next high looking left on the daily is looks like 176. So 3 bar pullback on the 15. There are no shorts at, which may be a good thing. One more little pot. It just got halted. I was just going to say ANC and just got halted. Wow. All right, looks like WEI is starting, WEI is starting to give it up. I was hoping it would maybe just hold this area and get more volume and pop through two and have this be the huge runner of the day. I mean, it's still, great, it's up 100%, but getting greedy. We're looking for the 500-600%ers. All right, give me a moment here. I'll be right back. It's 10:29. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So it's kind of interesting. This the AI was just a little early on that short. Had the right idea, shorting a pop, just a little bit early. Not that there were any shorts available for me, and if at IB. All right, everybody. It is now 10:30, 10:31. So first of all, big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the room today. this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And yes, this is a free room. You do not have to be, obviously, if you're not a subscriber and you're in the room, you know that. You don't have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas to be in this free trading room. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Click on the Scans tab, and here are all the scans that I am sharing. Okay, people asking for my layout. Don't have a layout to give. I have all the individual scans. You can kind of pick and choose a la carte which ones you might like. The other way you can do it, which might be easier, if you click on the Room Drive icon right here, pointing at it, click on that Room Drive icon, and where it says Scans that I share, click on Download. It'll go to a Word document. Then you can take a look at all the scans more at your leisure. If you see something that you like, you just have to copy the scan, and then File, Load from Cloud. If you've copied the scan, it should appear right in this box, and then click Load, and it'll be on your, you'll see it. And as always, of course, you can make modifications. This is how I kind of like to trade in terms of a price range and all of that, but you might have a different idea. So let's say, for argument, you download my basic new highs and lows. You right-click, Configure. You'll see, the filters I've got in place. You might have a different idea of a price range you want to trade or a minimum volume. Of course, you can make the changes. And then if you've made changes, or even if you haven't made any changes, save the window to the cloud. All right, right-click, save or share to cloud, save. So now it's in your cloud. And so you'll always have it there. A and CN, guys, opened. Wow. Oh boy, okay, other the links, I have some links that I'm going to go over, and also you can download the links, you can download those to a Word document. A lot of training links are there. Before I do that though, I do want to talk about a subscription to Trade Ideas. Just going to put the subscription links in here. Well, then you should short it, man. Well, I mean, these are all, it's not unlike this. I mean, you might say that it's over, but, look at an alert CBLI at 490. Now, did it run incredibly? It got up to 542, even though it had already run. So, they're not all going to do that. But maybe you look at that and maybe you want to short it then if you think that that's what's happening. They're momentum plays. I mean, that's a lot of people look for momentum plays. All right, so here is my homepage. You can click on that link right there. Here's my homepage link. And there is the promo code Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you'll see. We have 4 plans. So we have a premium annual and a standard annual. $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. So the reason why there are some other differences between premium and standard, but the major difference is the AI. Look at ANCN, guys. Yeah, I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. Now, you don't have to start off with, you don't have to have an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want. You can try us out, standard 118, less the 15%, or premium 228, less the 15%. The discount's only good for the first month, but if you decide you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the 15% promo code. I have some other links. The trade of the week, another great trade of the week this week. Last week was NIO. This week is PBI. You can sign up for it right there. They get sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, usually about 30 minutes to 45 minutes before the market opens. I do a daily video around 1 o'clock, kind of a recap what's happened in the trading room up to that point. I like to put this link on its own, but if you click here, you'll see 20 lessons in 20 days. I do like to put that link on its own because I think it's a really good link for people who are just starting out with trade ideas. So if you click on that link, this is what you'll see. You know, all the basic features. What is a top list? How to build one, an alert window, how to build one. All the basic features of trade ideas. And if you're not a subscriber, it's a good link to take a look at to see what some of the basic features are. Daily support sessions. So I moderate a YouTube feed at the same time as this feed. I moderate that between 9 and noon. From 12 to 1, another trader takes over. One of the other trainers and traders at Trade Ideas takes over. And then I resume from 1 to 3. So you can sign up for it if you want to hear somebody else talk between 12 and 1 in the YouTube feed. And daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. We have more educational videos right here and some trading books. So again, all access from my homepage, okay? Okay, now I do want to go over the AI. You know, I should put this trade of the week as a separate link right now. I mean, these have been two spectacular ones in a row. Are they all going to be like that every week? Of course not, but that is the trade of the week. That is the sign up for it. But I mean, this is such a great trade of the week, PBI. I would say almost out of nowhere. Remember now, guys, the market was down yesterday, big. And look what this PBI did. It's an old school stock. And I didn't see any specific news on it. It just kept running and running, pulled back. So I traded out of it yesterday, got back in it today, right around here. And now I'm just waiting to see if it, you know, how if it takes out 7. So, I mean, from 6:30, which was the trigger yesterday, I mean, if you held it, you know, we were almost at 7. And lots of opportunity to get into it. You know, it actually dipped down below to 619, so a lot of opportunity to get into it. You know, so that's an 11% gain. One second as I complete my refill here. All right, now let me talk about the AI. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and they get optimized every day. Now, AI waits for the market to close, so has access to the latest market data, and then gets to work on an optimization routine. That's what happened last night once the market closed. These are the strategies that made the cut. Out of lots of them are making the cut now, though we're still not getting a ton of alerts, which is okay. But these are the strategies that made the cut, all right? And what I would do, if you have the premium service, this is how I would watch the AI alerts all day long. Click on New from the toolbar and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. If you do that, this is the window that you will see. Make sure it says all. If it doesn't say all, then right click, segments, click on all. You can take this window and you can save it as part of your layout, so you don't have to do that every day. And you get an AI alert. It's a real-time alert. You have a stop and manage the trades as you see fit. I use it as a watch list all day long. So some trades, sometimes we get something that happens a little bit early and it doesn't move the way we thought, but then it can come back. I've missed this one. Man, oh man, have I ever missed this one. Don't mind talking about it now, but look at NTZ. NTZ 627 set, and it gets all the way up to 693. Wow. So, that's what I'm talking about. At that one point, this CBLI, of course, at 478, when it was up to 520, that was up, what, 30 odd percent. But anyway, that is what I'd be doing. I'd be having that window open and using it as a watch list all day long. CMA. All right, so it is an earnings play. That's pretty good. Next high looking left on that weekly chart. It just have a little bit of room, I guess, 47.30. It's just out of the price range that I like to trade, but it looks good. So that is the AI. All right. This window here is what we call Brokerage Plus. To load it, click on New and Brokerage Plus. Only available with the app, okay? If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. You can use the Brokerage Plus window in two ways. If you have an interactive broker's account and you want to trade using this window, so you're kind of trading within trade ideas, but you do have to have an interactive broker's account, then you can do that. And I'm going to put a link in here. This shows you how you can do all that. You can set up things like one-click trading. You can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. So you see something, click on an alert, you look at the chart, you like it, you can pick how you want to trade it. Okay, one-click trading. My watch list alerts have nothing to do with the AI. Somebody asked if my watch list alerts are popping up on the AI. They have nothing to do with the AI, no. Every now and then, coincidentally I might get some, but they are independent. All right, now the other way to use the Brokerage Plus, and I will repeat this several times during the day. If you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, you can use this as a simulator, a paper trader. You just connect where it says Trade Idea Simulator Trading, just check it, and now you can use this to practice trading. Do not put money in the market until you've practiced trading. I know the temptation is there, but don't do it, okay? Practice, practice, practice before you commit your money to the market. We've got a great simulator. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. Super simple to use. Click on an alert. See the symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want to trade, the price, and if you want to short it, you sell it. If you want to go long, you buy. Just as I'm doing, Jesse. Yes, so I just showed you. If I click on an alert, the symbol will show up. Okay, so let's just say I want to take CSR right now, look like basing. Okay, let's take a couple hundred shares. I can go in at the market because the spread is pretty tight. So it just took 200 shares at $23. And always, always, always have a stop. So I'm going to put my stop. Of course, your stop should be decided on ahead of time. I'm going to put my stop at 22.75. You know, it looks like there's a decent support right around there on that 5-minute chart. So now I can just click, right click, add the stop order, 22.75. Okay, add it, and you'll see that it'll show up right in the chart. So at this point, if you allowed it to go down to 22.75, it'll take you out for a $51 loss. I can put a target also if I want. Let's put a target at 23.50. Okay, and there it is. So if it goes up to 23.50 and I don't do anything, it'll take me out for a $99 gain. These lines are movable. Okay, you can move them anywhere you want afterwards. So for instance, if the trade starts working well, you can use this like a trailing stop. Just keep moving the line up and up and up. Put it on areas of the chart where there looks like there's support. So if it dropped down below that support, you'd probably want to be out of the trade. Same thing with the target. Starts moving towards the target price. No reason to get out if it's still working. So you can move your target anywhere you want. You don't have to do that. You can just do it manually. If I want to trade out 50 shares, I would just type 50 in there, pick the price I want to get out at. If I want to get out of the trade right now, just highlight it, flatten. These are hotkeys. So flatten gets you out of a trade. Half gets you out of half your trade, or you can double it. Okay? So these are hotkeys. So I would encourage you to practice trading first. You can also use this to practice swing trading. If I don't close my position out at the end of the day, it'll carry forward for as long as I want. All right, somebody asked me about the big IPO today. Let's see if there's a big one today. All right, so what do we have today? You know what? We've got a bunch of SPACs again. So I don't see that there's a big one today at all. There's just a bunch of SPACs. This is the way of the world now. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you can look up. This is the acronym. This is the craze now, SPAC, special purpose acquisition. Basically what happens is these companies go public. They have nothing. They're looking for, they've got money and they're looking for a company to acquire, merge with. And that's what happened with space. You know, that was probably the really got all these SPACs kick-started. But now there are so many of them. So I don't see. So tomorrow, we might have an interesting one tomorrow. MSP. But nothing today, in my opinion. We've just got all these SPACs, and they all come out at $10. Well, the webinar today is the Trade of the Week webinar, which is put on by Steve Gomez. He's the one who comes up with the Trade of the Week. He has some help from his compadre, Andy. So he'll be very happy to talk about today's and last week's Trade of the Week. Yeah, there is one on Thursday. I think Goldman and some of the other ones are involved. Um, Although well, yeah, how big this is going to be, I have no idea. But it is McAfee. Now, if you know anything about McAfee, look it up. MCAFFEE. MCAFEE. So anyway, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, and Citigroup. It'll be MCFE. That is on Thursday, and it's right now it's reasonably priced at 22. But my guess is that it'll probably open at a big premium. This is what I use, Wally, Wooly Wally. So if you click on the calendar, you'll see the ones for this week. These are the past ones. So if you click on the IPO calendar, so this is what I was talking about. So there are, these are all today, but they're all these SPACs as I was talking about, the SPACs. Okay, you can see 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. No, I didn't trade Snap. We still have it pre-market, but every other website I've seen. Yeah, it looks like it's still scheduled after hours today. Okay, have you connected? Are you connected? Make sure you're connected. Simulated trading, you have to connect. So where it says connected, make sure you are connected. All right, guys, so I wanted to show you how this worked. See, notice I had my exit at 22.82, my stop, and it took me out on the Corsair. Maybe reload it then, or do a reset your connection. Okay, reset your connection or something. Well, guys, PBI is right at what could be. I mean, there it is, 716. And it pops through that. Wow, the sky's the limit. That did it great. Yeah, it's funny because I had my my swing in JMIA. I got out of it yesterday, I think around 1520. This was in the simulator. All right, take a look at what Real is talking about. Vox for a potential short. There's that 8 EMA. Looks like it's trying to pierce it just a little bit here. Vox, VOXX. Bit of a spread issue, Real, right? 38.47. Right now, anyway. Aha! Okay, guys, this could get it running again. You're right, it is halted again. This could get it running again. Yeah, well, I guess the spread just tightened up on Fox. I just could not commit with that 11-cent spread at the beginning. Nice one though, Real. I don't know if you took it. Probably nothing. It's just that China, you know, like a lot of them yesterday, they were just running. China financial company. I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, when I saw it was 36.49. So there was no news on any of them. I mean, there's a big IPO, Ant, or the Ant Group, I guess, coming up in China, Hong Kong, etc. And they're trying to do it before the election. So that might be just helping all the financials. I don't know. That's my guess. All right, guys. So I've taken some out of the PBI. Excuse me. You know, I'm just a little worried it might stall. Right there at that 1716. So I have taken some out. Yeah, market is yeah, putting in a couple of red bars now. Yeah, there was a nice nice cross for flex. Didn't see it. 1540. Look at that ADMA crossing below the 20 SMA for flex on the 2-minute chart. Ah, well, there it went. He couldn't get it. You know, it just resumed. Could not get it. WEI. So this is ripping again. Looking left, the next high looking left, 275 on the weekly chart. And halted again. Wow, Pitney Bowes right back up. PPI right back up. Looked like it was going to go down below 7. I find this fascinating. I mean, with the market, what it was doing yesterday, the overall market, what it's doing right now, Pitney Bowes, and I really don't see any. I really don't see any news on it. You know, Pitney Bowes powers all sizes businesses in Canada. Okay, with new digital sending technologies. But I mean, remote workers, all-in-one shipping platform, etc., etc. Yeah, maybe. Oh man, this is what I wanted. I wanted this one yesterday. I wanted it today. AERI. Boy, this is really giving it up. Corsair. A little surprising. I mean, had the upgrade, $25 from Wetbush. I'm not saying it had to hit 25, but it just seems to be really, really selling off. Well, again, the moment of truth coming up for PBI. Yeah, all right, I'm watching this LQDA. It looks like it's might be, there's that ADMA, there's the rising 20 SMA. If that gives us a cross, this could be the end of its run. And that's on the 5-minute chart. It already is, well, of course, it had a little cross up. I would wait for a 5-minute. You know, I find this week's trade of the week even better than last week's trade of the week, and here's why. I don't think anybody, I mean, at least NIO is something that has been, in the news a lot. Um, but I don't think Pitney Bowes has been in the news at all. Okay. As the Dreamer pointed out, this is a company from 1920, old school. And what a run. I mean, look at this on the 15-minute chart. So at least NIO, and of course NIO had the huge prop from J.P. Morgan last week. It was J.P. Morgan or Morgan Stanley, can't remember. With a $40 price target, really putting a lot of interest back into the China automotive sector. But this was a known, a lot of people following NIO. I just don't know how many people following PBI. And they should be now. Sorry, guys, I'm just sort of awed by this move. I mean, now let's take a look at it because now that this is taken out, we have the next high looking left on the monthly chart looks like around 835. Meanwhile, Way, WEI, here's a nice little red bar ignored actually. Well, guys, never a dull moment. We have had some this has been two fabulous days. I mean, in terms of action, you're looking for action, you've got it. Boy, keep an eye on this WEI. I mean, it might just explode again, though it's starting to drop now. But I mean, this has, you look at that monthly chart. I mean, it has, in theory, it's got room up to this 550, 570 level on that monthly chart. The next high looking left. Well, look where it got to, almost right to the penny. 275, and what did it get to? 279. Almost to the penny of that high looking left on that weekly chart. The other thing with PVI, look at the volume, guys. Look at the volume picking up. Keep an eye on way, guys, if it explodes through 3 or something crazy. Look at the volume. Meanwhile, BCLI on the flip side, look at this daily chart. Yikes, almost cut in half from back here. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. Way, man. I'm saying it takes out 3. Look out. I mean, this just has all sorts of room. Boom. And I was saying on the flip side, BCLI. Well, maybe 10 will hold. I hope for you're going long. Okay. Way. Boy, BCLI, wow. I mean, this is, I don't know, William. Let's see, the next support on the weekly chart could be around 840. Maybe here 923. And I'm sure you're not going to wait till that level. Well, I'll go way killer. Jeez, on a percentage basis, man. I guess yeah, Lee, I'm seeing your post there about PBI. It just has been so sleepy until yesterday. Well, like I said, I mean, I was a little surprised at the extent of the pullback here. I thought it might be over, but boy, once we got these guys going, right there in that 5 minute, and then when we got the halt, and that's the WEI I'm talking about, and there's almost a red bar ignored right there. Ooh, William. Okay. Okay. Well, there's a 200-day moving average. 925 is right down here. No, it's no news. It's just a financial. Okay. China financial, like all the other ones that ran yesterday, it's just today's its day. At least no news that I can see. No, William, I don't know what you're doing now, but there's a 200 day. I don't know if you keep adding it, but there's a 200 day. Maybe that'll help you. Well, and it's also, I mean, right near that 200 day. Well, it popped. There's a 200 day. I mean, it almost got right to it, as Real calls it, the area. You got within 10 cents. I don't know. They're announcing. I don't know. They had a presentation today. I guess it didn't look good. No shorts available, you said, right, for PPSI? Oh, it's shortable now. 85,000 shares now. Hmm. Guys, I'm watching PBI right at this level here. I may, I've traded some out, but I may add if it starts popping. I like the way it's basing. I don't like these topping tails, but if it bases well and it starts to get some volume in, I may add back to my position back. All right, now typically I do not, let's see, what do we have looking left on this ENG? It's a low float. This is not a China stock. I do not believe, no, okay. So ENG, what a move it's had. Just over the whole number. It's a low float, 13.8 million in the float. Let's see how well it holds over $1. Wow. I mean, this has been choppy, guys. Not for the faint of heart, definitely. I mean, it got all the way down to 252 and then popped right back up for the way. Solly is on my watch list. Yeah, the problem is it won't trigger, and it doesn't mean you can't take the trade, but it won't trigger unless it gets above yesterday's high, number one. Number two, there is the 200-day moving average, so you know it's getting a little bit close. Yep. It is unstoppable. Chris, were you, look at this, what a move. Look at this. I mean, one, two, only two red candles since $22. Were you swinging this also, or were you just playing it every day? Look at the volume that came into KSS. Huge volume. Wow, 11:25 already. No, I hope you covered. Look at BCLI now, right at that 200-day moving average. Will it hold it? All right, guys, sorry, I'm just involved in a email discussion. Just one moment, please. All right, watching this drift down just a little bit here, the KSS. See if this catches up, that ADMA catches up and pierces it. VMD, I keep seeing this one. VMD, I don't know what they do. Healthcare, where are they out of? Okay, so it's a US stock. Well, guys, look at the room that VMD has. Now, the only issue is trying to clear 10. VMD, look at that weekly chart. You look left then. Way, guys. Oh, my goodness. Keep an eye on VMD if it clears 10. You look left and it has some room to the 11 mark. What's the float? Not a big float, not a small float, but. And let's see, does it have any specific news? I don't see any specific news today on VMD. Well, thank you so far for it, Real KSS. Probably here later than you are, but that's okay. Just waiting now. Let's see if it pierces that ADMA. I say I'm looking to add PBI. The longer it holds here. I'd like to say I was still in this one, but I'm not. WEI. Wow. And you know, it's not the low float either. A move like this, 376%. Remember I was joking earlier, I said we're only looking for the 500 percenters. Well, I thought I was joking. Okay, so it pierced it, and now, so I'm out of it, just a little gain. So that's actually, this could be a long now. KSSS is a 3-bar pullback on the 2-minute chart. It could be a long now. Jeez. You know, and it's interesting. Look at yesterday. Did nothing. Did not join in with all the rest of those Chinese financial stocks. Did absolutely nothing. Oh man, I can't believe it. Well, it was hard to hold, you know, when that thing started to drop like that. I had to take it out, but I did not get back in. What got halted? Well, guys, I don't know what to say. Here's another one. China Index Holdings. 51 million, so it's not a super low float, but the other one is 33 million. So didn't see this one yesterday. Sort of the same type of thing. CIH. What's the volume? Volume is picking up. CIH. So who knows? This could be the next one people start piling into for the day. There's the 200-day though, looming above it, 194. Well, what sort of room, if it could pop through that 200-day, well, no, I got BCLI. So I'm assuming you're out of your short, William. I forgot about this one, LQDA. This could be turning into a nice short, guys. There's the cross at 395, 388 now, LQDA. That's on the 5-minute chart, the cross. Time is it right now? 11:36. I'll be back in about 4 minutes. Oh, VXX, did I see this when it was just under 10? I can't remember anymore. So many things that are just so fast moving. So I'm going to put the link for the trade of the week in again. This is, I'll be taking my break pretty soon. So guys, just a word about the trade of the week. Some of you have heard me mention this before. So we started looking at stats from the trade of the week starting last April. So here are kind of the rules. If the trade of the week triggered either Monday or Tuesday, because sometimes they don't trigger, for instance, PBI, the trigger was 6:30. If it never hit 6:30, either Monday and Tuesday, then we wouldn't have counted it in these stats. But if it does trigger, then you take if you'd taken the trade and then got rid of it on Friday, at the end of the day, for all the ones that triggered, if you were able to put $10,000 into each trade, so all you would need is $10,000 because you're getting rid of it. You're getting rid of it at the end of the week. If you had done that since April, that 10 would have turned into $20,000, just based on the trade of the week, with those rules. If it triggered, and then get rid of it on Friday before the market closes. Somebody was talking about JFU before. Monday morning, Taylor, approximately 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens. So say sometime usually between about 8:30 and 9 o'clock. Eastern time, of course. Yeah, it's an email. You just sign up for it. There's the trade of the week. Just click on that link and you'll sign up for it. Just waiting on PBI. I want to add. All right, 11:41, so I'll be taking a break pretty soon. Wow, Vox, what are you taking this high out right there? What is the one I was mentioning just before? CIH? What has it done? Okay, look what it did. Kissed the 200-day moving average, came right back down. Again, if you can take that out, William, I don't have to ask you. You're out of the BCLI. I mean, I guess I have to ask you. You're out of the BCLI, right? When it popped up. And we're not getting any help from the market. We're not getting hurt. I mean, the market is just kind of sitting around. So shorts, it's not like there's shorts should be easy because the market's collapsing. Longs because nothing's happening. So all this is just alpha stocks. Stocks trading on their own basically. Especially in this room, Zach. All right, so today is Tuesday. I'm pretty sure. And by the way, Steve will be the moderator in the YouTube feed from 12 to 1. So you want to follow, and he's the prime person who comes up with the trades of the week. He does have some help from Andy, but I think this one was all him. Last week actually was Andy with the NIO. But I'm going to put this link in, so if you do want to follow him from 12 to 1 in the YouTube feed, you can pick his brains. If you're talking about something that you can predict is going to move ahead of time, no. We do not have that crystal ball alert. However, I mean, you can, when you start seeing moves like this, a lot of them just tend to continue. So the fact that you might miss the move here and here and here, but you're still able to participate because these are just, stocks that are in play. So could we predict here at $9.60 that Vox was going to do this? No. Just about right here, Jimmy. But again, that's just me, okay? Don't, just about right here, the longer it holds here. But, you're on your own. There's a nice bottoming tail there, so. Remember, I'm in this one already, down here, 662 or so, and I sold some here. So I'm looking to maybe add back. Yeah, listen, I'm sorry. I don't mean, Savvy, I don't mean to be dismissive of that, but I mean, no, nothing is going to show you ahead of time that something is going to make a tremendous move. All we can do is start watching the ones that are moving and seeing how the volume is and picking up, and maybe there's a bit of a stall in it, and maybe just and waiting for it to build up momentum again, things like that. I'm getting way more. You know, and I've increased the in mine anyway. I've increased the filters, but I'm getting a lot of alerts the last 2 days in these two windows. So today I would say my watch list took a bit of a rest. It has been on fire for the last 3 weeks or so. You know, give or take a couple of days here and there, but I think a little bit of a rest today. Though I could say, I mean, I go back here, 2204. What did it get down to? 2109. So there's almost $1 there. Loop 675. It got down to 636. Air. Okay, well, Jimmy, you know what? Again, you're on your own. Airy 963. Oh, I already talked about that one. SGBX. Actually, on the short side, it was pretty good. It was just on the long side that, other than the CBLI at 490, got up to 546, so that would have been good. 161, I don't think it, yeah, not really. And this one actually almost dropped immediately. This one is just kind of hanging around, but the short side worked well. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Steve to make his, I'm going to call him his rock star entry into the YouTube feed at noon. He'll probably show up just a little before noon, and then I'll take a break till noon, till 12:30. Still interesting. I mean, this VMD, guys, you know, I have to put an alert here. 1004, I think, for VMD. See if it takes out 10, because if it does, it has some room looking left. Here's another one, OIMM, that is, boy, doing something here. Where are they out of? The Cayman Islands. Yeah, 10,000 to 20,000 since April, if Ryan. Those are for the ones that triggered. And if you took $10,000 worth for the ones that triggered and then sold just before the market closed on Friday. So that 10,000 since April. Since April. Steve will go over this. I'm 100% sure he is going to go over it. You can ask him. And that's what 10,000. I mean, obviously with 5,000 it'd be 10. But I mean, $10,000. But you're recouping. Yes, Sabby. Let me give you these. I think this will be good for you. The 20 short lessons. Okay, shows you how to create a top list, how to create an alert window, all some of the basic features of trade ideas, all right? And also the layout. I don't have a layout. I have individual windows that you can pick and choose from. If you click on the room drive icon and scans that I shared download, they'll all go to a Word document. Then you can take a look at them. Something you might like to look at a little more closely, all you have to do is copy the link. And then once it's copied, file load from cloud, and that link should appear right there, and then load it. And it'll be on your screen. All right, guys, it is now 10:54, so I'm anticipating Steve's arrival any minute. Let me just put my announcement in that I'll be taking a break until 12:30. So there's $1. I mean, from yesterday, 6:30 to 7:30 now. Meanwhile, JFU. Wow, yeah, look at where are they out of? China. Okay, another China stock, RUHN. Not a low float, but who cares right now, I suppose. RUHN. That's not shortable for us. Oh, it is shortable. Wow, lots of shorts too. 3 million shorts available. All right, guys. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. This may not be over, this LQDA. It may not be over. I have an alert set here, 4:15 or so. See if it takes that out. If it does, it may not be over its recovery. My bias was to short this, but it's just not really moving, so. I was just going to say, keep an eye on this one for a bounce, guys. I mean, he's got some nice bottoming tails now. This is a CRSR for a bounce play. Nice bottoming tails on this 15. Maybe if it takes out about 2264, the highs there, it can get rolling again. I mean, I had a big upgrade from Wedbush this morning, so not a huge upgrade. You know, price target of 25, so stick an alert right there, 2265 for CRSR. See if it takes that out. Now, guys, here is another one from the AI. Well, we've had some big percentage gains. 627, 695 now. That's a 10% gain. I'm waiting, Steve. I don't know if you can hear me. Making his grand entrance. There he is. I see you. Okay, Steve, I'm going to stop my stream right now. Okay, guys, so
All right. A little bit of a delay. I can never really tell when Barry's done talking, so there's also a jet flying over my head from Top Gun Miramar. You guys should be able to hear me now. Mike C, hello. Come on. There we go. All right. Hello, everybody. Just watching the trade of the week here. I've already sold my position. Watched it run through a bit more, but that's okay. Might just top out here a little bit. That's a pretty reversal looking type 15-minute candle there. Hello, Gain. Hello, Mike C. Yes, it's not too often I get lucky making public calls like that 2 weeks in a row with NIO last week, and I'm looking to add to my position. I never got out of this one. Personally, I'm looking to add to that position. Oh, I should bring up my utility pen. No, not Excel. I don't want to start Excel. I don't even use that. God dang it. Go away. I don't want you. I can't do anything. No, just go away. I don't want you. Jeez. All right. What I was getting at, hello, Don, was a possible reset or a secondary entry, we'll call it, in this NIO, the trade of the week from last week. I'll be watching this rising 10 period, and maybe the minute it gets close, rather than wait for a touch, the strong ones don't even seem to want to touch the moving average at times. So when this thing gets close and maybe looking like it wants to touch, I might add to this position and then obviously hope for that type of move higher. We'll see. But I'm here for you guys. Boy, judging, I'm watching the YouTube feed over there. It's a pretty strong delay, almost like a minute 45-second delay. So anyway, I'll keep an eye on that on the questions box if you guys want to talk about anything or if you want to look at any charts. If you're in, I'll always give you my unbiased, unvarnished opinion. All right, hello, Gain. What do you think about SCDG? SCDG, I think I've seen that's a pretty good looking chart in terms of what I like to look for. The strength of this beauty. And I always like to look. Okay, so solar edge technology, solar. Okay, JKS solar. Just that's been the sector to be in for sure. CDG. So what do we like about this? Solar, we like solar. Beautiful move, 1.0. Sideways consolidation, always strong. Beautiful example of the 10-day moving average, forcing the price higher. This thing looks like it's ready to go. Let's move over to the daily chart. Close to highs. Relative volume is really nothing to trust there, quite honestly. So if something's breaking out of that nice range, I would like to see a bit more relative volume in there, to be honest. But there's really nothing bad that you could say about that chart right now. It looks really good. So CBLI, big topic today. This was coming through the AI earlier. Let's take a look here. All right, CBLI. The buyer's stepping in. This was an interesting scenario. Let's play the time machine game here and pull back to what we had. This was the trigger this morning at 10:10 Eastern. I'm sorry, 9:46 Eastern. It was a quick trade. It looks like the AI exited it and did so much better than a human might have been able to, which is not always the case. But here is our CBLI. There's our gap up opening right there. Big sell-off. A new candle was drawn, and a minute later, that new candle started to go green. There is our entry right there, 33.76 in CBLI. Pretty good entry for the AI. So let's move forward now. Moving nicely, took out new highs up here. Then I believe the AI got out for somewhat of a decent profit. And then the trade started to get weird. All right. As I'm watching the time machine, I'm watching this moving average coming up. The price and this moving average better get together and get on the same page. We're getting very close here. I would expect the bounce if I'm long in CBLI, and we didn't get it. And then more importantly, we closed that candle. So this is a moment in time for me when I see a 15-minute candle close below the momentum line. That tells me the momentum is now broken. Confirmation, the momentum is still broken. Still confirmation. Okay, that's our current candle. So we've now spent 3 15-minute candles under the 15. However, that's not the only way to judge this trade. We can go back and we can look at the low of the day. Was right there. So this last candle tried to run out and exhaust the stops. A lot of day traders probably said, well, I don't want this stock to go back to low, so I'm just going to put in my good till canceled stop at $3.50 and drive to work. That's the worst possible thing you'd want to do, is show your cards to the algorithms that run our markets. So a obvious flush here of the stops and no follow through. We've popped right back into the range. So, you know, it's on its heels. I'm going to tell you that. The CBLI is now on its heels. It needs to get back above these prior candles, and there's another little red tick. I'm not really liking it at the moment. So it feels like the AI did the best job of exiting when it could, way up here, up 100%, even more, and then this thing just got nasty. All right, Charles, that was for you. And okay, Esther, what about building a strategy to buy shares? What exactly is the time and force? Question about building a strategy by shares. I'm not really sure I understand the question. You might want to rephrase that. And what exactly is time and force? I can tell you what time and force is. Time and force is when you're doing a trade, how long is the order going to send? So if you have a limit order that goes out as an auto strategy and it's not filled, time and force is going to sit there for 120 seconds. That would be the default order time that we have set. Of course, you can change that. So if the price moves away from you and then it comes back to your price, but it's 2 minutes and 12 seconds later, your order canceled out 12 seconds ago. That's what time and force is. As far as building a strategy, if you want to build a strategy in B+, you have to decide what it is you're looking for. You essentially find an alert that you like, and then you can back test that alert. And then if you like the alert, you drop the alert into the auto trading strategies, like all the videos that we've got. There's no one right strategy to give out to people and say, here, use this. This is going to make you money. That's disingenuous and wouldn't be even a fair statement because everything is in flux. Yeah. So what I would suggest, Esther, is, it takes time to kind of work on these, but, real quickly, you take an A window. It's trending elbows here. This is stocks that are hitting new lows below yesterday's lows and then hopefully popping back up into play. We don't know that. But if I wanted to back test this strategy, I would right click and back test. And I think I did this on my webinar a couple weeks ago. You could send an email to info@trade-ideas.com and we can try and point you towards that Trade of the Week webinar. I believe it was a week or two ago. And I went over this whole back testing scenario of how to, look for something that might work on a back test and then refine it. And once you've refined it and you trust it, that's when you turn it loose and send the cloud code and load the cloud code into Brokerage Plus. Yeah, the time and force, we got that one worked out for you, Esther. Let's just see here what the back test looks like. So yeah, there's really nothing that I can give you, Esther. It's kind of just on your own. There's ideas you can take from the channel bar. So we had 1,000 trades. If we optimized this and looked at the time of day, geez, it's not really working that well anymore. Maybe we could stop it at 9:30 for sure. Maybe we start it at 7:30, or we can look at 15-minute intervals instead. We could start it at 7:30, and geez, we don't have a very big window there, but run again at 7:30 and stop it at 8:30. A 1-hour window, of trades that might work, and we can optimize that. So these are all things that you can do. There you go, right there. Just by changing that 1-hour time frame of the day to have this scan only look, and that makes perfect sense to me on this alert, because this alert usually goes down and tries to shake out yesterday's low in the early part of the day. If it does that in the later part of the day, it's likely on a sell mission to go lower. But the early part of the day, there's a lot of fake outs that take out that prior candle. So you can do that. Esther, all I would say is you have to go to our YouTube channel, which, let me just see if I bet you I can find it here. Hold on. And I'm coming back now to our channel so I can see your chats. Okay, I'm going to drop in our YouTube channel. You're going to want to go there and just look for the recent trade of the weeks. They're always uploaded on a Wednesday, probably. I can't remember if it was last week or the week prior, but it doesn't hurt in watching them. And I go over how to optimize, an alert. All right, so I think there's a question from Charles. What time in the candles do you use? I use a daily and a 15. That's pretty much all I'm using. So, let's go back to PBI, the trade of the week. Ooh, it had a little funny little nasty jig down there, didn't they? All the way to 7, or maybe that's a bad tick. Well, we can tell. Let's just take a look. Yeah, that was a bad tick. So 15-minute for me on the intraday and daily. And I can scroll back, and what I was doing earlier, you see all this congestion back here? This is why I got out early on this thing. Look at all this congestion at the $7 level and resistance at 7 there. And so I'll move back up to 7. I just don't know by the end of the day if this thing is going to be able to close above that resistance level. And now that I'm out, I'd be not being honest with you if I told you I'd like for it to start to consolidating so I can look to make another trade in the jump rope here, maybe in a couple days, 3 days if it consolidates. Okay, Damien says it was the last week's. He remembers. So Esther, that's for you. Go to that link and look for the trade of the week. It's in our video upload section. And I talk about how to optimize your scans and make them look as good as you can before you want to turn them over and upload them into the auto. Is there a way we can have a symbol list containing all long alerts for the day and short alerts for the day? Well, JS, are you familiar with our, let me just start off with, are you familiar with our price alerts? Our price alerts are not going to be a scan, but they're going to be maybe things that we've found by, flicking through some of these scans, and they say, boy, if it gets to that level, I sure would like to know. Right about there, I'd like to know about it. And that blue line will trigger using this. And we can go long or we can go short. But I'm not quite sure that's your question, by the way, Charles. Was it Charles that asked me? Yes, 15-minute. Charles, this is why I use the 15-minute. Look at that. 10 SMA, the 10 period moving average on a 15-minute chart just seems to line up really nice. These are the sweetest looking spots I like to look at on my intraday charts. That sideways action after a big push in the morning right into the moving average. All right, I think I've got to catch up on a couple questions here. Do you use sound option? Yeah, for my price alerts, Don, I definitely use sound alerts. And again, that would just be right click and going to actions. And as you can see, somehow they got turned off. Set up sound, text to speech. Okay, okay. And I'll just minimize that. So you can do that with alert windows. I also have it done with the AI. So if I know the AI is getting in or getting out of something, it will let me know. Here's that CBLI trying to fight back. Whoever was asking about that, there's a good look at that stop hunt candle right there, right at the lows. And now it's trying to get back into play here. We'll cheer that one on for sure. So I don't know, JS, did that address your question? Is there a way we can have a symbol list containing all long alerts for the day? Yeah, I think that would be the way you do it. I mean, if you know what long alerts you want to plug for the day, other than that, you would have to do something that's called a multi-strategy window. Okay, and if I've got an example, here's one right here. So a multi-strategy can show me things doing bottoming tails, things doing green bar reversals, but in your case, stocks making new highs and stocks making new lows. They can be in the same window, but notice they're two different strategies. Each one has a checkbox, and each one has its own configuration to determine what you're going to see in there. Okay, so maybe this multi-strategy then, JS, maybe this is the one that we're looking for you. I think that might be the one. So you would just come in and you would do a new high strategy and then a new low strategy, and you can have two things combined into one window. I'm starting to think I want to see the end of day, all symbols which are up alerts. Well, if you want to see anything end of day, you have to create the scan, and then you have to go in and you have to run a history on the scan. So you would come in, and these are stocks making new lows, but I could come in and say run a history of today. And at the end of the day, that history will load for you today, and it will give you everything that came through. So maybe we're zeroing in and getting closer to your request. I'll put that back on real time. Could you show a sample strategy from a daily buyer at a certain time? JKS has a buyer daily between... I don't know how to answer that question for JKS. I mean, this is one of the most unusual charts I've ever seen. I've never seen a chart just throw up that many green candles in a row. and each day never seemed to take out the low of a prior day. I can't see a single day where JKS even attempted to take out a low of a prior day. I don't know how you would find something like that other than, say, show me candles that have had 4 green candles in a row and are making a new daily high. You could do something like that, but that's a very unusual example to try and pin down. All right, JS, I think we zeroed in on that one for you. Multi-strategy. That is the one you want. Okay, so I've got this one here. Trending elbows. All we have to do is save and share the cloud link. So I've copied all of that and I'll drop it in the chat window. Again, this is stocks that are trending up but are taking out yesterday's lows and then reversing. Something we can't even get JKS to do, as an example. Okay, so Warren, that is for you there. Where are we? Esther, can I use the top list or a window in a Yes, Esther, what you can do is you can say, let's say I like trending elbows and I want to add it. I want to add trending elbows to an existing M window, a multi-strategy window. So here's how we do that. We're going to take and do what's called collaborate. We're going to collaborate. It's just like cloud code, but we're going to copy. Now I've got it in my clipboard. We're going to come over to the M multi-strategy window, and you see we have an option for strategies, new strategy. We can either configure from scratch or we're going to use the collaborate function. Paste. So all I would do is paste, and now look what I have. I have trending elbows, and I can assign trending elbows a color. I'll give trending elbows a red color. And there we go. And there's trending elbows showing up in the midst of other scans. So that's the point of a multi-strategy window. It pulls everything together. If I want to disable that, which I do, I'll just come over here and uncheck trending elbows, and it's no longer in the mix. But it can be there on deck if I want to. That's how you would combine things into one window. All right, we got you, Warren. Hello, Fred. Toronto, check out PX. I've been seeing this one lately. Very nice trender. Alternative energies have been doing extremely well. This one is, I'm going to call it parabolic. You know, when something basically goes from $1 or 50 cents to $10 in a few short months, we would call that parabolic. So as you can see along the way, as long as PEIX continues to hold the 10-day moving average, you're good. But right now we've got a lot of airspace between the price and the 10-day moving average. I'd be a little cautious here. If the musical chairs stops, you might have a visit with that 10-day moving average, and then if it can't hold and can't close above that rising 10-day moving average, you're going to want to get out. Fred, Berkshire, B shares setting up. 208 from yesterday. I think I got to type BRKB, do I? BRK.B. There it is. Okay, so it doesn't look as good as I had hoped. I will tell you that, Fred. And why don't I like it as much? Well, what it does have going for it is it is holding this price level for sure, but what it doesn't have going for it is its curling 50-day moving average. I often talk about the 50-day moving average being just a simple binary health or unhealthy stock. Is the stock healthy? It's probably above its 50. Is it below its 50? It might be a bit more unhealthy, and caution. So as you can see, it's been fighting. It broke this day, tried to get back, kissed the 50 on this day, fell, and back in the red. So we are under the 20, which crossed over the 50. I'm not really much for crosses. I'm just more into where is the price action in relation to the moving averages. Are they fighting it and holding it back like a spider web, or are they supporting it like a trampoline? And right now, these moving averages are kind of like a spider web. The price can't really fight its way through. That's not to say it can't, but I was kind of hoping it would look better. Where it looked really good was back here, above all the averages. But it's given it all back, and it's just dropped into the zone, and it's just getting chopped around. Yes, Esther, you can do collaborate with a T or a window to an M window. The collaborate function allows you to just share the settings between your different window types. You wouldn't use collaboration to share with a friend. That's why we created the cloud tool, so you can share with a friend. Bradford, can you show me how to make an alert for confirmed 5-minute candle above? Yeah, so we can go a couple different ways, Bradford. We can go with an alert window, which will show us that it's making a new high. If you just want to see a list of windows that have their 5-minute candle above the 10 SMA, that's going to be a ton of them. So we're going to probably have to go with an alert. And we can make it a new high for a confirmed 5-minute candle. What else do you want to know? Because that's going to give us a lot of things. That's going to give us a lot of symbols to look at. Just a simple 5-minute candle above the 10 SMA. There's got to be more things that you might want to add to that. Maybe what it looks like on a daily chart. Is it breaking out of a 10-day range? Does it have relative volume that's higher than normal? I can come back to you on that one, Bradford, and we can maybe try and create something a bit more specific. All right, ASLN. If I type that right, ASLN. My thoughts are this is a very low trading, low float, 32 million in the float, low average daily volume is what I mean to say. I'm not really seeing a whole lot here. Pharmaceutical, I mean, anything can happen at any time. It doesn't look under pressure and it doesn't necessarily look poised. That move 3 days ago drops right back into the range. That's very disappointing, discouraging. But I would say it's just a 50-50 shot here on that one. Okay, NTZ. Wow. Looks great. If you've been in it for the last 4 days, think about taking some profits because that's about as parabolic also as you can get. And parabolic doesn't always last for very long before things start to come back to Earth. And Earth would be down here at $4 where the 10-day moving average is. So be very cautious. You would switch over to the 15-minute view and you're okay right now. As long as the 15-minute candles stay above that 10 SMA, you're still good, but you're encroaching into musical chairs land here. Be careful. All right, back to Bradford. Okay, so just a solid foundation. He can, okay, fine tune it later. You want to see? Yep, we can do that. So alert window is a new alert. And let's just do this. It'll start with these basic things in there, but let's just show you start from scratch. First thing we go is search. New high is right there. We want that. Add alert. That's going to be our event, something making a new high. Oh, excuse me. Let's call it a new 5-minute high. I think that might be what you're more interested in. I think that might get us there. 5-minute high, a new 5-minute handle. This will be that confirmed candle that you're talking about. So a new 5-minute candle, and we will confirm that it is above the 10 SMA. Okay, so quality question here. If you're asking for a 5-minute new high, are we wanting to use the 5-minute 10 SMA, Bradford? I'm assuming we're going to want to keep that in parity. So I'll start working on that because there's a time delay here. So I'll go 10 SMA on the 5-minute period, like so. Add filter. And then all we're going to do is put a minimum value of 0, which confirms to us that the price made a new high over the 10 SMA. However, this maximum value is left open. And if we leave this open, you're going to have a shit ton of symbols. So we're going to want to cap that. All right, so why don't we just cap it at 1%? You could even put it back at 0.5% if you want. But using the filter for the SMAs, That's how you want to create your window, your bracket. So anything at 0, and let's just check our work here. Oh, it gives us the histogram. It doesn't give us the reading, but it's basically saying a new 5-minute high will only show up at or above 0 minimum. 0 is the actual. 0 is the actual 10 SMA. And no more 5-minute highs. No 5-minute highs if they're more than 1% above. And again, we can even dial this back to 0.5%. So there is your basic deal. Obviously, we throw a price alert in there, minimum price. What I would also do is average volume is always very important. Average volume of, say, you want 300,000 shares a day. What else could we add to this? Oh, we could even say relative volume of 1. Just show me stocks that are doing at least normal volume. They don't have to be screaming off the charts, but normal volume. All right. Then you'd come to summary. New 5-minute high at the 10 SMA. So we know what we're looking for. We click OK. And we'll see what we get. Yes, Toronto musical chairs means overextended. Once the music stops and people start hitting the bid to get out, it's very hard to find a chair to sit in. Parabolic, what have you. We still have it up here, NTZ. It's still okay, but boy, that's a major extended move. I mean, if you're in the money on this thing, don't get too greedy here. You want to be one of the first to take good profits. Now back to Bradford's scan, you can see we've got stuff coming through here pretty quickly, and I know you'll be able to slow that down with other filters, but if we go to a time frame of 5 minute, our 10 SMA remains. And let's start looking at some of these. There, a new 5-minute high confirmed, and there it is above the 10 SMA. Okay, now we're getting into that stuff that might be too far above the 10 SMA, but that's the great. That's the start. So, I will share this with you. Again, there's way too many things coming through, so you're going to want to slow that down and find ways to slow that down. I hope I just saved that. I believe that's it. Let's take a look. Yep, that's the one. So I just dropped that cloud code into the chat window, and it's there. And PBI keeps making new highs. Look at that thing. Beautiful example of that 10-period moving average coming into play there. Okay, let's see if we've caught up here. Okay, so we're hopefully you're set with that, Bradford, and that helps show you just the basics of creating a foundation with an event and the filters surrounding that event to determine when it's coming through. All right. Damien, did we look at PRTS already? No. Well, I forgot. I think I used that as an example of why I would set a price alert earlier. That looks, it looks good, and you can see I have that alert set. So that's a good looking chart. Car parts, huh? It's probably a good case to be made for that. It's above its moving averages. I think it's a great looking chart. You probably even anticipate this one going if you really wanted to get in it, or just wait for that confirmation. Nothing bad to say about that one. Okay, what about average true range? That's just a data point that some people use. It gives you an idea of the volatility of a stock. What's the average range from high to low on a given day? A stock like Sirius Satellite with $2 billion in the float or whatever it has might have an average true range of 5 cents, where something like Tesla might have an average true range of $10. Again, you want to be more specific. You want to be able to scan for stocks like Sedge, but with low. So, I mean, what do we want to identify about stocks? Okay, so likely that would be a maybe what we would call like bull flag. Let me just check my bull flag one here and see if that's not on there. Configure. Okay, if I put $350 in here, I wonder if SEDG would show up on this pre-configured scan. Let's just see. Dun, dun, dun. No, it didn't look like it did. But this is the closest really that we would have to the bull flag configuration, which is what I would call that scan. Let me just see here if there's anything in relation to the 10-day moving average. Stock composite rating, that doesn't work. Change in 3 days. I'm trying to see why it's not showing up on there. Perhaps 1-day range might be too tight. So here's what I would do. I would take this. I'm going to take both flags and I'm going to duplicate it. And then we're going to configure it and change it from, as you said, $5 to 100. And let's see what we get. Let's see if there's anything else I can do in here. And let's just see what we get. Under 25. I'm sorry, under 100. Okay, so with that, we only get this many, but let's look at the charts. There you go. Does that not look like SEDG did a few days ago? Well, that's a pretty darn good looking chart. I'm going to keep this one. Or I already have it. I'm just going to maybe remind myself to look at some of these smaller ones. So let me give this to you. I think you're going to want it. There's really not much I can do to really improve that. Andy did a good job setting up a filter set to try and find those flagging looking setups there on the daily. Look at it go to highs as we're speaking. Under 100 bullish flags daily. And I will drop that into the chat window. All right. Geek Trader, do we have a Kelter channel in the indicators? It's coming. Okay, I can tell you that it is coming. We've got a new indicator set here where we go to indicators. I'm working on a developer's version. It's not going to look like what you have. But soon we will have something like that. Michael Noss, our resident geek, has been madly at work he's been turned loose with some programming language that he's learned inside of our platform, and he's going to be able to start just literally grabbing the formulas for any indicator out there, and Kelter channels would be one of them. So they're coming. We don't have them yet, but they are coming. And with that, I think we're actually caught up here. Well, probably left a little bit on the table there in PBI, but I tell you what, the way the market's been trading lately, it just seems like if you don't take your 10% when they give it to you, you lose it. So what I'm going to talk about this afternoon is that was pretty much my trade right there. Okay, so you're never going to go broke doing that. You just want to take the meat out of the middle, take a big bite out of the middle, and if you do that, you're never, ever going to go hungry. And you're also never going to be perfect. Let's bring CBLI back into play. Yeah, see now it's we're back on the 15, right? Look what I told you. Once it broke that 10, it was under pressure. And now that 10 is curling and starting to roll over, and it's grabbing a hold of that. We do not want to see this thing probably. You don't want to see it go back to lows, but I don't think I would even write it back to lows. I would not want to see this thing go back below the current candle low, honestly. If it keeps breaking these lows over this candle, and this candle, it's probably going to head to lows and test that washout candle. So this is really the test here. You're going to have to find out what this thing is made of. Is it going to fight its way back through that moving average, or is the moving average going to have its way and throw the price back to fresh lows? When they downgrade a stock, is that sometimes manipulation? Oh boy, you want to get me started on downgrades. I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to go down that road because those assholes. These guys that do upgrades and downgrades couldn't trade their way out of a paper bag looking at a chart. They have no idea what they're doing. And 9 times out of 10, they're getting a memo from upstairs saying, sure would be nice for our preferred clients that we just told to buy today. If you come out and upgrade this tomorrow, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, see you at lunch. It's a filthy industry. So there's nothing you can do. If you get caught on the wrong side of one, you're going to get whipped around because the masses will follow them. And they are notorious for being so wrong. Seeing a stock that's just been beaten up 40%, and then they come in and then they drop a downgrade. Well, usually that downgrade is designed to get people to panic and sell out so their preferred clients can jump in and buy. The point is, upgrades and downgrades are never in your best interest. They're always in somebody else's nefarious motives. Just remember that. Yes, moving on, Mystic. That is usually the 10% day. I'll give you an example. PBR did exactly what I wanted. PBI. Not only do I like 10% moves, I also like day and a half moves. And I'm going to count yesterday as day one. Day one was a nice move. I got caught up into the close of the S&P and the Qs. I think a day and a half is always just a really nice move before the short-term traders start taking profits. So if I've got a 10% move under my belt and it's a day and a half and it's at obvious resistance, I'm going to ring the bell every single time and I'm not going to get upset. But the question is do you like to get 10%? I like to get 10%, but if I can only get 8% and it's a day and a half move and it looks like it's getting ready to run out of juice, I'll take the 8%. It's just a nice round number, and it's something that Andy and I coined. We call it swing scalping. It's kind of scalping the daily charts. You're surfing the market. You're not falling in love with these things and sitting through major pullbacks. You're getting in, you're participating in moving day, what I call it, and then follow through on day two, and then taking an exit halfway in the day of day two's follow through. Surfing analogy, because I live in San Diego, but I don't surf. But I watch those guys. They make a couple of moves, and they bail out the back end of the wave, and they paddle back into position, and they position themselves for the next wave. And they ride that wave for what I would call a day and a half, and then they bang out of it and position themselves and readjust their capital and do it again. So I'm not even familiar with the upgrade. Did Neo get an upgrade or a downgrade? I don't even know. I don't even care about these things. I don't know. Maybe clue me in. You can tell I'm just a price guy. I'll know, in hindsight what's going on. If there's a big move, I'll look it up. But I don't base my trading off of events, upgrades, downgrades. Yeah, the day and a half move, and I think it's just nothing more simple than you get a big move in the day, nice green candle up 6, 7%, closes on highs. You get that follow through. If you're really lucky, you get it all in one big gap right on the opening and you can take it. And but there's just something about that time frame. For the people who were positioned and caught that move, they want to lock in profits. and they let the opening bell for the second day come, let the buyers come in, and they've got their finger on the profit-taking button, which is also me. So it's just something about that day and a half. It just moves. Somebody said something about NEO every day. Well, I'm not exactly sure, but I just let the price action tell me, here's what I'm trying to do in NEO. Honestly, I didn't even really have enough. I wish I had more. So that's why I haven't sold any, because what I'm doing is I'm looking for the next couple of days, I'm looking to double and add my position, something like that. We'll see. Yeah, we're getting a little kick here in the intraday price action. All right, I'll be here for another 10 or 12 minutes until Barry comes back. Yes, just never ever trust upgrades and downgrades. All right, analysts lie, CEOs lie, CFOs lie, fund managers lie. Everybody gets on TV and talks their book. They're not giving you that information for your best interest. Goldman Sachs has probably always been the worst at getting their clients positioned in something, but using a like a downgrade to get people to sell into the big pockets. You know, these guys want to take 100,000 share positions, and it doesn't happen that easily without moving the price. But if you can panic the public, you know, I think we're all learning about that, right? These days in the media and all that, you can panic the public into doing something. um, Somebody on the other side can take advantage of that. And in the moment, it doesn't always seem clear, but in hindsight, it sure does. Sure. How do I make my current layout as my default? Super simple. So when people start trade ideas, they might start on one of our landing pages here, our channels, to give you just a basic working start of a layout. Once you've got what you want and you've made all your charts and you've made all your configuration changes, you need to lock that in, because if you exit and not save it as your default layout, it'll be hard to locate again. So all you have to do is come to the save layout function and allow trade ideas to save that as your default layout, and just click OK, overwrite, good. And then the next time you start the program, it will all be there for you right when you start back up again. How would you set your scan? Oh, this is a good question. How would you set your scan, Bradford, to look for low spread? Low spread. Okay, so you want to avoid high spread stocks. Got it. So any old configuration will do, but I'll just show you on search tab is where all of our information is. If we don't have it, we don't have it. If we do, you do. So keyword, spread. There it is. Spread in pennies. This is our filter, so we add that filter. And you say, how would we do that? No more than 10 cents. Let's see how that would be. Okay, the spread is no more than 10 pennies. Or the stock is at 10 pennies. If I take that 0 out, what does that show me? Yeah, put a 0 in the minimum and put a 10-cent in the maximum, or if you only want a 5-cent spread, you would put a 5-cent spread in the maximum. And so if these are stocks making new highs, you're not going to see anything with greater than a 5% spread. It's going to filter out a lot of the noise for you. Charles, that is a fantastic question. And I'm going to show you something. My account, I trade my account that way. The trade of the week is kind of set up that way. I'm going to show you data on the last 3 months of the trade of the week. And I could dig up data, but I don't want to at the moment, on another account that myself, Jamie, Michael Noss, and Andy, all 4 of us trade. It's right here, that account right there. And we all trade that account. And the way we trade that account is the same thing we're talking about here. Just try and look for nice 10% moves. And in the end, the data from Interactive Brokers has showed us that our win percentage is about 52, 53%. It's not about the win percentage, it's about trade management. The data literally shows us from IB that the average winner in our account over there is about a 10% winner, and the average loser, which is what your question is asking, is about 2.5%. So we're literally risking 1 to make 4, and it's working. The cool thing about this 4-person account is we all slice it up into 4s. We all have a quarter buying power of the total, and we don't really know nor care what the other guy is doing. And you got 4 different good traders just hacking away at this one mutual managed account, and we're up like 160% on the year. It's pretty phenomenal. But that's the method we use. So here's the graphic I'm going to show you. I'm going to use this afternoon. What Michael did is he took the trade of the week. Last week was NEO. This week was PBR. The week before that wasn't so great, SWBI. But prior to those weeks, we had Peloton in there, some other good ones. Look at this information here. Win rate 51.6. Sorry, win rate 48.4. Loss rate 51. Who cares? Because the way we manage our trade shows average winner almost 10%, average loser about 2.5%. I'm going to discuss more of that today in my afternoon webinar. So it doesn't matter. You see these guys on YouTube. Hey, buy my system. I got 92% confirmed win rate. Great. So you're just banging away, making 7 cents, losing 5 cents, and after commissions, you got nothing to show for it. It's all about trade selection. It's all about positioning. It's all about the entry, and it's all about trade management. And in the end, if you do it correctly, your win percentage doesn't mean crap. So Charles, average typical loss on a gain, it's 2.5%. And the average gain is 10%. So that was a great question, and I was all set for giving you a great answer. All right, I think Barry's going to show up here probably in another 5 minutes. So if there's something you want to ask me, you got me for another 5. This PBI is more strong than it's getting stronger throughout the day. It started off at 4, 5%. Now it's 8 times normal volume. Very incredible. 5-minute volume, 300%. The 1-minute volume, 10 times normal. Okay, for PBI, how do you choose the stop loss? Well, for my swing trades, I don't want to see the trades come back and close below a 10-period moving average. However, in this one, I gave it a little bit more leeway. I said we want to use that 20-period moving average. So literally, this trailing average is going to be my stop. But now, well, I'm out of it, but if I was in it now, I'll be watching this intraday right here. I don't want to see this intraday break. It is just beyond the amount of momentum that I thought this thing had in it. 170 million shares in the float. This is not a low floater. It's hard to get those things to move 13%, but it did. But I will typically use as my stop for your question, Gain, is a closing candle below the 10-period moving average. Look at this one here. You see that candle? It threatened, but it did not close. It didn't close below the 10. It popped back into play. That's okay. It's one of the reasons I will wait until the end of day to make these decisions. All right, Barry's probably going to pop in here any moment. You guys are welcome. I'm actually going to be off next week. I'm taking some time off. I will not be around for next Tuesdays. We might have a guest on that day, one of our newer employees, a longtime Trade Ideas user. Yeah, I mean, you got to keep hope alive there. You can see we're pinched. We're pinched between my orange line and that moving average. This is really where it's all going to come down to. And I'll tell you, they being the sellers might try and even do another assault below that orange line, and it could always reverse. You never know. There's no one right way to handle this. All I see is that you are really pinched here between 377 and 355. All right, guys, there's Barry. I'm all talked out. I'll see some of you later this afternoon, and thanks.
I just don't. I don't know. Never really got into it. Boy, this CNTG reminds me a little bit of a NAB. How is a NAB doing? This is one that I've been sort of, it's a bio, so is the CNTG, but look at all the room this a NAB has, ANAB. But let me ask you this, Jim, why don't you use fib projections to find out yourself? Well, you're asking me about fib projections. Why don't you do it? Why don't you just put the most charting programs have it? So why don't you just put the fib projections in that you can see? No, there's no reason. Listen, there are tons of indicators out there. I mean, people will swear by MACDs, stochastics, lots of RSIs on their charts, lots and lots. I just never got into it. I just found it a little too confusing for me. And that is not to say that anybody else should not do it. TCS, that's a tile store, right? Or the tile company, container store. Yeah, not bad actually. Um, Boy, it's had a nice month. Nice few months. I remember this, this area up here. This is kind of what got me out of it. Thinking about it very much, it started chopping around too much. But over 10, so looking left, yeah, I mean, it has room, I guess, to 11. It's a low float, 17 million in the float. Has earnings early November. I don't know if there's any specific I don't know if there's any specific reason for it being up today. It's being up today. Whoa, look at this VOXX, but look at this. Look at a little volume coming in on the 5-minute chart for VOXX, just over 12. Little 4 bar pullback on the 15. Yeah, so when I'm using them, Yeah, I have the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA on my intraday charts. I think they are also on the daily, but I don't really pay that much attention. So the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA, and then I have the 200-day on the 200-day moving average on my daily chart. And that's it for me. All right, guys, I am going to be doing my video pretty soon. I think Steve is just exiting the YouTube feed now. And so I'll be doing my video pretty soon, just as soon as I see that he's left. Well, I'm glad I'm holding off on this IPOC. There's no rush. This may, nothing may happen until next year, but I just have the faith that this guy who, he's IPOA turned into space. IPOB has done really well. And IPOC is just, no reason to get into it yet. He's left? Okay, thank you. So today is Tuesday, so today is marketing meeting day at 2 o'clock. So I'll be doing my video in a couple of minutes, and I'll come back into the room. Ooh, this did actually move up. Now keep an eye on QDA, LQDA, sorry. Especially if it can take out, say, 415, 416. That's kind of the high, near the highs. And just see if it just keeps resuming, trying to fill in this void later on. All right, guys, so I will do my video now. So before I do that, let me just put my link into the room. All right, again, if you click on my homepage link right there, excuse me, and you scroll down a little bit, and there where it says Daily Market Recap, you can click there, you can sign up for it. You usually get it, I usually finish, say, around 1:30, a little earlier than that, and usually it gets sent out about an hour afterwards, so if you want to sign up for my videos, you can do so right there. All right, everybody, I will now just put the announcement into the room. All right, I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Kind of a summary of, yeah, I sign up for it right now, just right here. If you click on my link, if you go into links, actually, I don't know if my home link is there. Yeah, my home page, click on my home page. And when you click on my home page, then you're going to see the daily market recap, okay? Sign up for it right there. It's kind of a summary of what's happened in the room up to that point. You know what's coming back? Nio. Jeez, this is really still. Look at this from 27.15. So there's a dollar move. Very choppy all day long, but nonetheless, 2-bar pullback on the daily. Maybe that's over. Give me a moment, please. Well, I got to say that Corsair has been all over the place. CRSR. Look at this topping tail right there. 23.70 drops a dollar. How's Way doing? Okay, you've heard me say this a few times. Keep an eye on Way, guys. Okay, the longer it does this base, if we get some volume coming in and it pops on volume, this could have another run. Easily could have another run. Look at the way it's basing here. 2-minute chart, 5-minute chart. Getting a little more choppy when you look at it on the 15, but the way it's basing here, and these candles are really narrowing. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's almost half an hour. And if we get, look at the little volume starting to come in, but if you get a big volume bar, it's not the absolute volume, it's sort of the relation to what the previous ones have been. So imagine if we got a nice blue one that was maybe this, at least this height. And it could pop it up and it could keep going. So keep an eye. What I'm going to do, in fact, is just put an alert around 349 for WEI. And I'm going to see if it takes it out, but I want to see it take it out on volume, a big volume bar pushing it through. We see this happen. We see this happen many, many times. These ones that are, incredibly active, and then they just sort of die off for a while. And then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, traders get interested in it again. It only takes one big guy maybe to say, okay, I'm buying a bunch. And then look out. See, it's starting to curl a little bit. Well, we may be starting now. I mean, I like to see a big. Look at the market though too. Market is very strong right now. There's a little red bar ignored on the SPY right there. Look like I might want to take it down and say nope. So there's a red bar ignored. Uptrend. Pause in the trend. Trend continues. Yeah, I saw this one in the pre-market. Wow, look at it now. Wow, look at THMO now. My goodness. I did see this one in the pre-market, but it was chopping around. Market opens. Look at this volume that has come in. 1 million shares. I mean that's right there in that 15-minute candle, and it's not over. I mean it has another 8 minutes. It's over half the volume of the day for THMO. Something is. I mean, they had news this morning about receiving a U.S. patent, but it, really was shrugged off. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm now back. Look at this THMO. So, what sort of room does it have and how many in the float? Oh, it's another one of those low floaters. I don't think this is a China company. No. So, looking at the daily chart, maybe some resistance right around 360. Let's see if it can keep this up. So, okay, so they received a U.S. patent this morning. So now it's an FDA approval on top of that. So this is different from this news here, which was in the morning. Well, I'm looking at the short float here. I don't even see any short float percent for WEI. It's not shortable for me anyway at IB. That was a bit of a fake so far for WEI. Well, okay. I'm glad you got in and out quickly because a bit of a fake here. Looked like it wanted to go. It still might, but I want a bigger volume bar. I was looking for something like this. Now that's getting close, but not quite. Even more so. let's face it, you want to get something more like in this area, get some really enthusiastic buyers. So I don't know how easy it would have been to get 323, and then it got up to 346 THMO. It might still go, guys. I mean, it's creeping back up, WEI. Well, this certainly, there's the all-time high for the SPY. It'll look pretty bleak for a few weeks. Has come right back, kind of resting right now a little bit after yesterday's drop. Has come right back. Well, I'm looking at all the stocks on my watch list right now. There's not one near the high of the day. Interesting. Even though the market's doing what it's doing, not one stock is near the high of the day. We've seen JRJR before. I'm sorry, JRJC, sorry. It's really not. Well, I guess it did participate yesterday. I shouldn't say that. It sort of did. And it should, you would have thought it'd been more though with 1.8 million in the float. Sold right off. But it's got a super low float. Yeah, I see what you're looking at for sure. Look at the market, guys. What a nice move. Boy, the market is really anticipating some kind of movement on that stimulus package. Positive movement, obviously. No real news, Drew. I mean, conjecture. We'll get together. I don't know if 3 o'clock is, somebody mentioned 3 p.m. Getting together again. Man, look at this CNTG. I mean, medical laboratories. Really, this is a German stock. I had no idea. German company. I mean, just look at the room this one has. CNTG. All right, well, listen, WEI is still resting. I'm not giving up on it, but it's still resting. Again, need a big, I think we need something at least like that in terms of volume. You know, just pouring in. I mean, it's traded the float, double the float, almost 2.5 times the float so far. Well, I guess JMIA finally gave it up for a while anyway. Look at this. All good things must come to pass. Look at this. And there's the CNTG. Oh boy. Bit of a spread, 14.14, 14.25. Boy, interesting to see what happens with this one in the next few weeks. I mean, even for the balance of this week, I mean, this is the 2-day move right there off 11 for CNTG. Keep an eye on WEI, guys. I mean, it's just starting to, look at this little move here. Volume, though. Need volume. Volume, volume, volume. All right, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Market continues to surge here. I know this is a broken record, but just keep an eye on that WEI. If it pops through here with volume, you know, another one to keep an eye on. Look at Surf. I see that it got halted while I was on break. Surf got halted on break, popped up, came back down. But look at this base now. I mean, all right, guys, WEI. Get into the high 60s. Come on. Try my best to hold this. See if it can get into the high 60s. It's tried. All right, guys, I traded some out. I mean, just in case it cannot get through this high 60s. Talking to WEI. I'm wanting, like we got the volume that we wanted on the 2 minute. We got the volume. Okay, okay, I'm out of it, man. I'm flat. Wow, I got lucky there. Flat. Minute it hit 350. Boy, that's messy. All right, put my alert again at 357. Oh, I was long. I can't short it. Oof, that was a nasty candle so far. So basically flat on that trade. Well, where I got in was just over 340 right here at 345, and was looking to get it out the high, some at high 360s. Got out some right around here, 361, and then as it started to fall, basically got out where I bought it, a little bit above where I bought it. So made a little bit, but I was thinking, okay, well, there's the volume I was waiting for, but it just didn't propel it high enough. Well, you got to be quick, guys. You cannot, especially something. I mean, look at these topping. This right now is almost untradeable. I mean, the only reason I did it was because of the volume. But look at this 15-minute chart. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. So, something I would normally run from, I was just thinking, I thought that volume would finally make it, leave this area. But, well, that's okay. That's fine. I can't short that. I haven't looked at Uber in months. I see that China is going to an IPO their version of Uber, and what they said was that normally they would have listed on the New York or one of the U.S. exchanges, but not now. It's just because of the volume reel. I saw that post you had about 377. It was just because of the volume. I thought maybe that would, well, I'm looking at the wrong stock, of course. I thought maybe that would do it. I mean, that was a lot of volume that came in. I would do it again. But I do hear you. Okay, guys, man. Okay, let's do a simulated trade here. Is JFU halted? I don't think so, but let's take a look. Nope. Maybe not trading very much, but it's not halted. Okay, so I want to show you what you can do. Okay, so look at surf as an example. You might think, you know, if it can break 932 as an example, might want to take that trade. Okay, so here's how you can do something like that. I'm going to put 932 in both. I know we went through this earlier this week or last week, but I'm going to do it the way I know how to do it. And I'm going to click buy. So at this point, if it goes to 932, it'll take the trade. Okay, so this is like a conditional buy order, and that's how you can do that. I could have done a conditional buy order underneath. I could have said, well, you know what, I'd rather, if it gets down to a certain level, I want to take the trade. But what I've done here is I've just said, okay, if I can take that out, I want the trade. So that's how you can do conditional trades using the simulator. I see 128, 129 for JFU on IB. All right, PBI, are you ready to make a little bit of a move? Been resting quietly around 7:30 for a while. Well, I just heard her say PBI in my ears, so a little bit of volume coming in. Oh, look at Canaan Incorporated, CAN. Look at this move here. Some volume coming in, CAN. Where are they out of? Another China stock, guys, CAN. Look how ugly this is. Man, that's an ugly looking daily chart. Hideous. Look at this, even the 15, but look at the volume that's coming into Canaan, CAN. Now, this is not a financial stock out of China. Bitcoin. Okay, so Bitcoin out of China. Well, William. It's a manufacturer. They make mining machines. Okay, somebody in the YouTube feed is telling me about CAN. They make cryptocurrency manufacturer, so they make the machines. All right. So it's an awful, awful looking daily chart. What is Bitcoin at now, Co-America or Co-Americ? I haven't looked at Bitcoin for a long time. Okay, thank you. Never got into it. Never got into it. Not even once. Just okay, guys. VMD again. It's kind of spotty, but VMD again is over 10. And I've mentioned this has room. What's the volume like? Volume is good, but it's just dried up. Again, no real big volume. You know, it's doubtful that these kind of moves can be sustained without any volume. You know, most of this volume was back here for the day, so I just have to take a pass. Well, that's a pretty good move then from 4,700. All right, guys, so this marketing meeting will start in about 3 minutes or so. So I'm just going to put my announcement here. Still here, but get the announcement done. Okay, well, there's a red bar, so maybe parties are still very far apart. Okay, great. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. I can answer questions post-wise. Just going to put myself on mute, or text-wise, I guess. All right, guys. Well, I'm back. That's the longest marketing meeting we've had in history. So yeah, Real's right. I'm just about ready to shut the room down. Of note, a lot of you have been waiting for a test drive. Looks like we're going to have it starting November the 9th. Okay, so keep that date. That's a Monday. It'll go for 2 weeks. We'll have more details later on with a link and all that in order for you to sign up. But it looks like the test drive will start November the 9th. And again, go for 2 weeks. That'll be, so let me just check my calendar. Monday, November to the 9th to Friday, November the 20th. So for those of you who've been asking incessantly, when is the next test drive? That's when it should be. But again, I'll have a link for it later on. Okay, guys. I can't tell you, I mean, why you shouldn't swing NLS. Probably no reason why not. I mean, it's closing nicely. There's no resistance. But I'm not telling you to do it. I mean, you could look at it and say it's extended on the weekly chart, though it's taking out these tops on the daily chart. Back it out and just sort of see what sort of resistance there is nearby. I don't see any. No, I mean, it's an all-time high. So it's on an all-time high. But as far as, I don't know how far back we have to go. No, I'm not on mute anymore. I'm not on mute. I shouldn't be on mute. You guys can hear me? Yeah, so Woods can hear me, yeah. And by the way, guys, I got insanely lucky on that WEI. Probably the saving grace was the fact that I was in a marketing meeting and I couldn't devote full. So I got into this one right here at 356, and I always wonder if I can break a whole number. So I got out at 384, and right after that is when I don't know, it went down so quickly, dropped $1 in like seconds, it seemed. Man, oh man, oh man. And probably if I had hadn't been in the marketing meeting, but I knew I couldn't devote full attention to it. But wow, that's crazy. Okay, so, well, I mean, there's no resistance to NLS. So, I mean, I can't tell you, you might think, well, maybe it's extended on the monthly, extended on the weekly. I wouldn't call it super extended on the daily, but there's no resistance. I don't know how many years you have to go back before you start seeing these levels, but I'm not trying to tell you to take it. I would wait to see how it closes probably. You don't want to see it, give it all up. But if it closes strongly, I mean, it's definitely a possibility. Well, guys, that's it. As I say, it was a long meeting, and so jot this down in your calendar. The next test drive, November the 9th to November the 20th. All right, and details will be coming probably maybe by Friday. I'll have the details in terms of how to sign up with a link, etc. All right, everybody. Well, thanks a lot for all the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye.